Andrew, we're ready to go live? Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm sorry, can you hear me now? Better. I will say, just so you know, there was some major audio problems here earlier today, and we did manage to get them fixed before this meeting. So hopefully you'll be able to hear us during the meeting. A couple of things. This is not a statutory planning meeting. There is nothing in front of council as it relates to any rezoning. This is an information meeting. The only thing I ask from all the speakers is that respect and civility for everyone. And I would also add to that that I'm going to move, everyone's being treated the same way, 5 minutes, and we will keep track of the 5 minutes. And I will call the speaker and I'll call the next one so that they're ready to come up and speak at, right after, so we can keep moving forward. So with that, I'll call, and I will should also add, if there are questions to the county or to INDWELL, their contact information is here, and you can direct those questions directly to them if you need to do so. All right, with that, I call upon Mr. Thieffeault and the County of Lambton to come forward. And as I'll ask everyone, just identify where they're located, not so much to you, but to the other speakers, so we have addresses. Thank you, Mr. Thieffeault. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bradley, members of council. I'm Stephane, CAO for the County of Lambton, and with me immediately to my right is Melisa Fitzpatrick, our new GM of Social Services, and to her right, Melisa Johnson, our Manager of Social Housing. I understand that we have but a few minutes before you today to present on the county's homelessness and housing plan, and I'll turn it to Melisa Fitzpatrick and Melisa Johnson. But in terms of a roadmap, they will speak to the timelines and process that led to the evaluation determination of the community's need for social housing. Secondly, the definition and production of the county's homelessness and housing plan, and of course, lastly, decisions that lead us here today. And of course, happy to take any questions following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephane. Good morning, members of City of Sarnia Council. As Stephane said, I'm Melisa Fitzpatrick, the new General Manager of the Social Service Division. As you know, over the past few years, the County of Lambton has experienced a significant increase in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness. Like many communities across Ontario and Canada, I'm going to pause. Do I flick the slides myself? Can you go to the next slide, please? Sarnia Lambton has seen a significant increase in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness. More and more residents are facing housing insecurity and can no longer afford a place to live. We offer some data points to confirm the deep level of housing need in our community. A housing needs assessment completed in late 2021 identified a shortfall of over 2,400 affordable housing units in Lambton County. Currently, 1,008 households are on the centralized wait list for housing in Lambton County, with over 96% of them seeking affordable housing in the city of Sarnia. In addition, approximately 300 individuals are on the by name list of people experiencing homelessness. This includes those without a permanent residence who may be couch surfing, staying in temporary shelters, or living unsheltered. Of those individuals, over 70% are experiencing chronic homelessness. We are facing a housing and homelessness crisis, and the most effective response to homelessness is access to permanent housing, especially housing that includes supports. The next slide, please. In recent years, the County of Lambton Social Service Division has engaged the community on multiple occasions to address housing and homelessness. Throughout 2019 and 2020, extensive community consultations helped shape the county's 5-year housing and homelessness plan. One of the plan's key priorities, endorsed by County Council, is to increase access to affordable housing and supports that meet people's needs. In March of 2023, the county hosted a Housing, Homelessness, and Addiction Summit, which brought together over 170 participants from a range of sectors, including members of the public. Following the summit, an advisory group was formed, and it identified 2 main priorities: the development of affordable and supportive housing and the launch of a public awareness campaign. The group emphasized the need to set bold targets to increase the availability of affordable and supportive housing. It also stressed the need for ongoing efforts to reduce stigma around homelessness and substance use, raise awareness about the complexity of these issues, and dispel common myths. Since 2023, the County staff have engaged and informed the community by organizing and participating in a variety of community events such as town halls and panel discussions, and by regularly providing information reports to County Council and the public to keep them informed about progress and initiatives related to housing and homelessness. Next slide. In July of 2023, County Council passed a motion introduced by Councillor Bradley and seconded by Councillor White, declaring affordable housing and shelter as its top strategic priority. This formal endorsement reinforced efforts already underway, including the adoption of the updated Housing and Homelessness Plan and the Housing Summit held earlier in the year. To further advance this strategic direction, the county engaged Flourish to develop a multi-year portfolio-scale strategic affordable and supportive housing development plan. The comprehensive plan assessed multiple sites to determine suitability for affordable and/or supportive housing, including recommendations on project size, required supports, estimated costs, and funding opportunities. The overarching objective was to generate actionable recommendations capable of functionally ending homelessness through targeted supportive housing developments. I will now turn the presentation over to Melisa Johnson, our Housing Services Manager, to speak to the county's housing plan.
Next slide, please. So in February of 2024, the housing plan was formally presented to Council. Council endorsed this plan via a motion brought forward by Councillor Bradley and seconded by Councillor Dennis, directing staff to pursue the proposed projects, seek funding from higher levels of government, and to return to Council for direction and approval on a project-by-project basis with the goal of to complete at least one project within 18 months.
To interrupt, but it was very clear 5 minutes for every delegation. That was my understanding, and I don't mean to rude, but I got 35 more speakers to come, and everyone's being treated the same way. Thibault, was there a miscommunication, or?
That's fine. If we can have a couple more minutes, given that
Okay. Sorry about that, but I'm trying to be fair to everyone.
Okay. Next slide, please. So on the screen here, it lists the 5 projects that were recommended as part of this plan. So when developing the plan, we looked at land that was already owned by the housing department that was underdeveloped or undeveloped. We looked at existing land owned by the county that was surplus, as well as land that was available for affordable housing. Next slide, please. So to further advance this plan, Council, we did an RFP to select a supportive housing agency to help move us through this plan. While the Housing Services Department does provide supports within our housing, we don't provide the level of supports recommended in this plan. So we need to identify a supportive housing agency to help with their pre-development, planning, design, funding, construction, and ongoing operations. At the same time, Council approved the 50-unit housing development on Kathleen Ave. And then in May of that year, senior management did present to the Sarnia City Council regarding homelessness response and future housing. The feedback received was strongly reaffirmed the need for supportive and permanent housing. Notably, a suggestion was received that the county consider donating land to an organization like INDWELL to expedite the development process. Next slide, please. So in early 2024, we approved the acquisition of Cathcart Boulevard, and we hosted another public event to provide feedback and hear suggestions on housing. But notably, in June 2024, INDWELL Community Homes was announced as the successful proponent of the Supportive Housing Agency RFP. So INDWELL, a partnership was formed with the goal to plan, construct, and eventually operate between 150 and 300 supportive housing units in Lambton County. Next slide, please. So I'm going to skip over the community forum and talk about the George Street donation. So in February 2025, the council did consider donating the vacant land beside the George Street EMS station to INDWELL. This donation enables INDWELL to access funding streams available to the county, particularly through charitable donations. And then in May of 2025, this donation was approved. The George Street location was selected as an ideal site for supportive housing due to the existing zoning, which reflects thoughtful planning of the city to accommodate this very use. It is in a mixed-use community. The county does have limited land available within the city to fulfill the needs of supportive housing. So this was an ideal location. Next slide, please. So in May 2025, County Council reaffirmed the housing priority and added supportive housing to this motion. So the motion was to publicly endorse making affordable and supportive housing and shelter its #1 priority. And then next slide, please. The updated housing plan was presented in June of 2025 to Council. It included 4 projects as listed on the screen. And around the same time, staff attended the neighborhood conversation at the Lakil Kiwanis Center that INDWELL put on. Staff were available to support community dialogue. Attendees learned about the George Street project and had the opportunity to ask questions and express feedback. And next slide, please. So
Okay.
this slide just shows a
I'm
comparison.
sorry. Yeah, everyone was given 5 minutes, and I'm not trying to embarrass you. Please don't applaud. We had strict rules and we applied them, and as chair, I try to be fair. Everyone was given 5 minutes, and I apologize, but your 5 minutes is like every other one's 5 minutes. And if there are questions to the county, we'll pass them back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Bradley. My apologies for preparing the presentation. We were invited by the members of staff to present, so I didn't realize the 5-minute limit had applied to us, but certainly we will wrap it up with Stephane's concluding comments.
And I understand that was communicated to the county on Friday. It was 5 minutes. So again, I don't like this insider stuff, but I want to be fair. Okay, so Mr.
Yeah, just wrap it up. At the end of the day, in addition to the George Street location, the housing plan, we were invited to speak on the housing and homelessness plan. It's a comprehensive plan. It's a multi-pronged plan. It's not just the George Street development. We have 2 affordable housing projects on the way, Kathleen and Maxwell Park Place. We have seed programming, which provides capital for community organizations to build their own supportive and affordable housing as well. So there's grant programs as well, but I just wanted to communicate that the plan itself is comprehensive, multi-pronged. It's not just about a George Street land transfer for the development of the INDWELL supportive housing. Happy to take any questions.
Well, what we'll do is we'll forward any questions that come to us to you directly. Councilor McRoberts?
Through the chair, could you please take that entire presentation and put it on the county page so that everyone that needs to further investigate that they can? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Next is a video presentation. This is from INDWELL, and I can guarantee you it is 5 minutes.
One moment. Hi, my name is Jeff Nevin. I'm the CEO at INDWELL. I want to start by saying thank you to City Council for hosting this community consultation. I think it's really important that everyone have their voice heard and that we can come together to talk about how can we best provide a solution to end homelessness in a way that's best for everyone. One of the things that folks have asked is, why does INDWELL even want to do this project in Sarnia? And the answer is quite simple. INDWELL was founded over 50 years ago by grassroots volunteers who wanted to ensure that everyone has a home, that everyone has a community and networks to lean on so that they can thrive. We started that 50 years ago, and when I came to work at INDWELL, first as a volunteer and then as a staff person, that was about 25 years ago, I met people who were living with us in Hamilton who were from Sarnia. And when I asked, where would you like to live? Some of those people said, I'd like to go home. That's where my mom is. I'd like to go there for Sunday dinner. Or that's where I had my first job and my boss said that he'd hire me again if I went back there. And so it broadened our awareness as an organization to think about how can we provide supportive housing where people call home. And that's where we started branching out and growing into other communities. And why Sarnia? For the last number of years, you may not know this, but a number of your neighbors have been reaching out and coming to our activities across southwestern and southern Ontario saying, we have a challenge, we have homelessness, chronic homelessness, we have encampments, and we need a solution, and we believe that you're the best to help us deal with that. Along the way, in conversations that I've had with some of you, I know how personal this conversation and this issue is. In my neighborhood where I live, over the last 2 years, there's been about 50 people who have been living in my neighborhood unhoused, just within a few hundred meters of my own home. And I know the toll that takes on not only the people living in tents, but on our neighborhood, right? You know the story. I can't keep a propane tank on my barbecue because it gets removed and is used for heat inside of a tent in the winter. And I hear the explosions and I see the flames coming when those tents go up in flames. It's not good for me, it's not good for my unhoused neighbors. There's another side to that story though too. Over the 25 years I've been with INDWELL, I've been able to create nearly 500, actually over 500 units of housing, of supportive housing in my own community. That's right in my ward and in the 2 adjacent wards. And because of that, I've been able to integrate my own life and my own family's life and my kids into the life of our tenants. So it means that when I go on vacation, it's a tenant of INDWELL who house sits for us. When my flyers are delivered to my front porch, it's a tenant of INDWELL. It's a community that I've come to appreciate and has given back to me and to my family in so many different ways. And we know the stories in many of the communities that we are in, of tenants organizing litter pickup groups, of baking muffins for the local school programs, and so many different ways that our tenants are able to contribute back into the community in a way that they weren't able when they were homeless. So I want you to know that safety and security in a community, in our buildings, in our neighborhood is of importance to me and to our organization and to our tenants. And I want you to know that we're not going anywhere. We are present. Should there be challenges, we're available. We'll work through those. That's our commitment, my commitment to you. I appreciate you coming to this consultation today, and I appreciate the opportunity that you have given for me to learn more. And I ask that if you would like to learn more, come to our website, check out the details, and feel free to reach out. Thank you so much.
Their contact information is in the package and on the city website. Calling upon Mr. Chris Beausoleil and then Mr. Ed Gresham. Come forward.
And I have a slide deck. Is that ready to go?
Up now?
It. My name is Chris Beausoleil. I live in Essex Street in Sarnia, and I have 3 main points. Next slide, please. 1, I predict this project's going to fail. 2, who is going to suffer is our fellow citizens who are living in encampments and emergency shelters. And 3, I think there is a way to make this project work. Next slide. But first, I want to be clear about what this project is. This is not affordable housing as we've come to know it in Sarnia. As stated in INDWELL'S recommendation to the county, this one, it is enhanced supportive housing. The county uses a more ambiguous term, affordable and supportive. So be careful of anything you hear today that refers just to affordable housing, even though this project is for enhanced supportive housing. That's simply misleading. But no matter what you call it, what's being forced on the George Street neighborhood without its consent is a solution not for all our homeless fellow citizens. It's specifically for those homeless who are living in encampments and emergency shelters, and that's on page 3 and 9 in this report. INDWELL has many types of facilities. This proposal is not for the muffin bakers and house sitters. It is for people who struggle with drug addiction or serious mental health issues or a history of crime or a combination of the three. Page 4 of that report. By what logic does concentrating 50 such troubled people in a residential neighborhood not put families there at risk? Next slide. So why do I predict this project's going to fail? The families in the George Street neighborhood for decades have lived through the horror of hosting a supportive housing facility for the homeless, the River City Vineyard Sanctuary, that previously allowed active drug use, just like this INDWELL facility will. These families know that no matter how well run on the inside is a facility that allows drug use, and no matter what you call it, the operators have no control over the behavior of their residents and the associates of those residents when they leave the property and wander through the hosting neighborhood. Next slide, please. Because of this first-hand knowledge, the people in the George Street neighborhood are fighting and will continue to fight this project with everything in their power. They refuse to ever go back, no matter what it takes. Meaning, for their first project in Sarnia, the county and INDWELL couldn't have chosen a more doomed to failure location if they had tried. Next slide. But I believe there is a way to make this project work. As City Council, you're telling us there's nothing we can do. It's a county decision. Besides, we don't even have a building application yet. But I believe there is something that City Council can and should do right now. You can immediately call a special meeting of council tomorrow, and either the mayor can do this or a petition by a majority of councilors. And at that meeting, you can decide to instruct city staff to immediately form a joint working group to identify alternate sites. That joint working group would include the appropriate members of city staff, county staff, INDWELL executives, and local health and social service providers. Really smart and educated people. Next slide, please. This joint working group would collaborate under an urgent deadline to identify sites that are already city or county owned, or can be purchased, or can be obtained as donations. And among the most important criteria for selecting these alternate sites would be that they are not in one of Sarnia's residential neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Once selected, these alternate sites would be offered to INDWELL as part of an agreement that INDWELL transfers back to the county the George Street site, which the county could then use to build desperately needed regular, affordable housing. The lawyers, I'm sure, can figure something out. Next slide, please. INDWELL says in this other document, Opening Doors Together, that access to government services is a key criteria for site selection so that INDWELL doesn't have to hire its own professional staff. But that means that many other sites can be made workable simply by providing either mobile services or transportation for INDWELL residents. Next slide, please. So in this scenario that I've presented, everybody wins. INDWELL wins because it gets the site it desires, doesn't have to hire professional staff. The county wins because it's able to outsource a solution to the hard-to-house population it's responsible for. The city wins because it gets a solution for its crisis of encampments and emergency shelters. The homeless win because they get a place to live and services and supports to assist them. Families in Sarnia neighborhoods win because their safety and well-being is not put in jeopardy. And the George Street neighborhood wins because it continues to host just one supportive housing facility, one that is drug-free, instead of being plunged back into the horrible nightmare from which it is still recovering. Next slide, it's the second last. The way I see it, either everybody can win or somebody has to lose. And the losers shouldn't be Sarnia's homeless, and the losers shouldn't be Sarnia's families, especially not just for the sake of urgency or to save money. Last slide, please. So I contend there is something that City Council can do now, but it depends on which councillors think the city should be content being a passive victim of poor decisions and accept the win-lose scenario being forced on it, And which councillors think the city should be an active participant in promoting a win-win solution? You're our elected officials. The decision is up to you. Please, immediately call a special meeting of council, set up that joint working group. Thank you. The last slide's a bonus.
Thank you.
Last slide.
Sorry, Mr. Ed Gresham and then Sharon Docherty. Ed Gresham. And then Sharon Docherty. Sorry, thanks.
Is question?
We're hearing the delegations. That's what we're hearing. We're hearing your delegations?
I'm sorry. I thought you were naming councillors who were going to ask me questions.
No, I didn't have any.
So I'm
thank you.
dismissed.
Yes, this is simply an input session. We're listening to you, and we're now going to listen to Mr. Gresham here.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
One question, though, Your Worship, if I may we also get that slide presentation sent to us?
A good point. We would ask anyone that presents if you could send that to us, and we'll distribute it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Gresham. And then Sharon Docherty.
Good morning. My name is Ed Gresham. I'm a homeowner, 233 Mackenzie Street North. That's one short block from the proposed facility. Most of my comments are going to be directed to the 5 members that sit on both city and county council. You 5 violated the very statute that grants you democratic legitimacy in the first place. Your very power, you should know this, your very power doesn't come simply from a periodic election. It comes from good governance, governance that is transparent and accessible to the public. But by your series of secret meetings, you also unwittingly managed to disenfranchise 3 young doctors that wanted to move here. They wanted to purchase the property at George Street for fair market value and build a medical practice. And they approached county council before. Well, but on May 7th of this year, you held an in-camera meeting. Now, for members of the gallery, in-camera is Latin for secret. You, at that meeting, decided to give away the George Street property for free. But here's the catch. The Municipal Act, which is the very statute that confers power upon you, clearly stipulates that meetings, your meetings, shall, that is operative language, be held in public. Okay, there's some exceptions to that. There's 7 to be exact. Suppose council's discussing an employee, that's an exception. Suppose council gets information in confidence. The OPP is gonna make a big drug bust at this address. Sure, that's an exception. Another exception is the acquisition or disposition of property. And of course, that makes some sense because the municipality, any municipality, doesn't want to give up their bargaining power. One other point here. That section that allows council to have in-camera meetings does not say council has to have an in-camera meeting if they hit one of these exceptions. It's up to council. It says may. So my question, live, legitimate question, is did county council even fit within one of the stated exceptions? So, of course, when you're acquiring or disposing of property, you don't want to give up your bargaining position. And that makes good and perfect sense. Except if you roll into a meeting and your stated intention is to give away the property for free, what exactly is your bargaining position anyway? You don't have one. Okay, litigation is also an exception, and I understand that. We don't want to discuss litigation strategy in public, and there is some suggestion that perhaps county council relied upon this exception. Except, nobody is suing the county over the George Street property. And there's no certificate of pending litigation on file for the George Street property. And that's the first thing that any reasonable lawyer would do. You can ask Counselor Kalar over there, and she'll confirm that. So, simply, the speculation, the mere possibility that somebody, somewhere, might bring a lawsuit is insufficient to invoke this exception. So, wrapping up, County Council's decision was feckless or reckless. I submit both. And yes, you can expect that County Council decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Sharon Docherty, and I've got Wendy McKay. Sharon first, then Wendy McKay after.
I'm going to ask you to let me know when my 5 minutes is up, because I have written this and rewritten it multiple times. And I'm sorry, I'm Sharon Docherty.
Yes, Sharon.
Because I'm not against housing the people that need it right now. I do want to start by saying, listening to Mr. Nevitt this morning, he is saying that INDWELL started 50 years ago. INDWELL didn't start 15 years ago. What started was a couple who took in a person coming out of the hospital having stabilized with mental health issues. That means they were stable and potentially medicated enough to re-enter the community. From that experience, the churches in the area, predominantly the Dutch Reform, I believe it was, got together, purchased a home that provided a 7-bedroom rooming house for people coming out of mental health facilities who have been stabilized enough to enter into the community. That remained for 25 years. That wasn't drug addicts. That wasn't people living in encampments. That is not, certainly not, the drugs we're dealing with today. That is an entirely different group of people. Although I do recognize we do have mental health concerns in the community as well. But to say they have 50 years experience when we are directly addressing a massive drug crisis is irresponsible. They then, I think there was another change, but eventually morphed into INDWELL and decided to spread out at that point in the 2000s, 2015, I think, might have been 10. So that's not 50 years experience. But I know people in this community have had experience up and down downtown, Rainbow Park, the Exmouth Street Shelter, the Inn of the Good Shepherd, and the food bank, and the problems that come with so many people being grouped in one area. I'm aware INDWELL is not a shelter, but it is also not affordable housing. It is taking the people from the shelter and into INDWELL. And those problems are a massive concern to citizens in the direct area. I'd like to just state that the by names list, if my information comes directly from the county, meetings with INDWELL, the by names list is made up of 300 unhoused individuals. Approximately 70% of those individuals are suffering notable drug addiction, which is 210 people. There's an additional there's 12 people that will be housed and overseen by INDWELL that will go into 12 units that are coming out of the already affordable housing that the county has. So those will be coming out between 2 locations and putting these 12 high acuity individuals into those units, and INDWELL will oversee them. Valerie Colasante, when I asked if she could assure that those would not happen in the South End, said, no, I can't. So when you have 210, and we're gonna take 50 of different levels of suffering and put them in a build on George Street, we're still left with 160 addicts. Now, INDWELL said they want between 5 and 6 builds. And we have the county and Don Trepanier saying that they all need to be housed in the core where there is sufficient supports. I say if INDWELL can't help people to the point where they can at least catch a bus, they're not going to help them any better on George Street then. So Graham Kubit from INDWELL had said one of their main things is they have to be on a bus line. So it doesn't have to be walking distance to these places. But the thing about this quadrant of the city is we have River City Vineyard, and the horrible troubles, even the city fought against River City Vineyard having housed addicts for many, many years.
Sharon, you asked for the 5 minutes. You're at the 5 minutes. So
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much.
appreciate that.
I'll post it. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And now Wendy McKay and then Jim Curran.
Honourable Mayor and Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking in support of INDWELL today. My husband Ross and I have lived in Mitton Village for over 45 years now. We raised our family there. I'm part of a small group called Mitton Street Neighbourhood Connects. We run free community events in and around Mitton Village, and we promote belonging and inclusiveness. I'm also a nurse practitioner. I work predominantly with people with drug addictions and homelessness and mental health issues. I'm not speaking for my employer today. I'm speaking as a concerned community member, committee member, and medical professional. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding of what INDWELL actually is. It has been a registered charity for 50 years. It's not a shelter. It's affordable, permanent housing. Okay, shelters provide a valuable service, they really do, but they come with a ton of problems, and we all know what those are. The next step up is affordable housing. River City is not affordable housing. River City is a shelter that does a really good service for our city, okay? But INDWELL is completely different. INDWELL has over 28 buildings in multiple cities around Ontario. If you can look at their annual reports online, they're very transparent. I wanted to look at the evidence as well. If you look at St. Thomas, this was in a newspaper article, May the 1st, 2025. Since their INDWELL building downtown, they've had a 67% decrease in drug-related calls, 44% decrease in unwanted person calls, and 30% decrease in police interactions with INDWELL residents. There was also a study done in 2023 by Western University in partnership with INDWELL, and they concluded that supportive INDWELL housing, they saw an improvement in behavior disorders, they saw increased access to behavior disorders, mental health care, and they saw people engaging in their communities. This study is also available online. There are reams and reams of studies, and it's just common sense that until somebody has supportive housing, until they have safety, until they have food security, they cannot begin to address their mental health and addictions, employment, and never mind education. Supportive housing is a lot cheaper, okay, than homelessness. Homelessness, when people present to the hospital, they're usually critically ill, okay, or there's interactions with the law and it's very expensive. Supportive housing is tons of studies that shows it's a lot more cost effective, and it doesn't measure human suffering. None of these studies do. Some of INDWELL's values are dignity, hope, and love. The George Street location is ideal. It's walking distance to many of the services the residents would need. Blue Water Health, Canadian Mental Health Association, Service Ontario, the library, Blue Water Methadone Clinic, the food banks, the soup kitchen. Many of the patients we're referring to today, okay, not patients, sorry, many of the people we're referring to today are already living in this community. Okay, if my neighbor is struggling with homeless and is unhoused, why would I not provide them somewhere to live? Last weekend, I was walking my dog in Centennial Park in the middle of the day on a Saturday, and a lady was bathing in McPherson Fountain. Okay, can you imagine having to bathe in McPherson Fountain in the middle of the day? Many of the people, she's somebody's daughter, granddaughter, sister, mother, auntie. Remember, one of INDWELL'S core values is dignity. Many of the people I work with use stimulants to stay awake all night, otherwise they risk being robbed or raped. I'm not saying it's right, but if you have no food, would you maybe steal food? If you have nowhere to go to the washroom, would you maybe pee in somebody's bushes? Okay, if you use stimulants to protect yourself to stay up all night, you quite often have psychosis, and then you're a danger to somebody else and yourself, okay? I read a lot of concerns about crime, public substance use, and safety concern. The solution is safe housing. If you want less crime, you want less public substance use, you want increased community safety, then we need to support INDWELL in our neighborhood. It's important to point out not everybody at INDWELL or everybody that is homeless has substance use disorder or mental illness. I just wanted to conclude with INDWELL'S mission statement. INDWELL is a Christian charity that creates affordable housing and community that supports people seeking health, wellness, and belonging. This is a solution. I passionately implore the mayor and this council to do the right thing by the most vulnerable constituents. Nobody chooses homeless. It's nothing but human suffering. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jim Curran, and then Lois Nantais.
Jim is just joining online.
Curran, please go ahead. You've got up to 5 minutes.
Good morning. This is Jim Curran, Director of Connect Sarnia. Am I being seen and heard okay?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. I'm here to share a story about two unhoused friends in our community, Chris and Monique. I've known Chris most of my life. We went to public school together. He trained me on my first construction job, and I know him from Nightlight and Connect Sarnia. They were the first among the unhoused people living in Veterans Park behind the library, and the first to be set up in the Rainbow Park encampment. To me, their lives seem chaotic. Living in a tent with their possessions spread across a plot like a tornado went through there. For anyone who lives in an encampment, it's always chaos. Violence, assault, drug use, theft, hoarding are some of the normals for a daily life there. My heart goes out to those living in and near an encampment. For those living there, it seems like a choice. For the neighbors and businesses, it's a nightmare. What I witnessed in and around that park has shown me the best and the worst of humanity. I've seen overdoses, people stealing from one another, and I've also seen an unhoused community band together and care for one another like family. I'm not judging, I'm just sharing observations. With the necessary closure of the encampment, Chris and Mo moved to the shelters. My interactions with them slowed down, but the first time I saw them after a few weeks in the shelter, there were noticeable differences. When I saw Chris, he had clean clothes on, shoes that fit, was neatly shaved, and was no longer limping from blisters on his feet. His hands weren't filthy from camp life, and he had a look of hope in his eyes. If I didn't know him, you would have swore he was there for a job interview. Mo had her hair brushed neatly, had beautifully painted fingernails just like my daughter would, and she looked better than I've ever seen her. For two people who I'd seen so many times living in complete chaos, they've never looked more put together. What I observed was the difference housing made for these two, even if it was just shelter. I can understand the opposition to supportive housing based on the experiences people in this community have had with encampments, shelters, and the daily realities of the crisis we and most other cities are experiencing. The solution to a housing crisis has to include more, not less housing. I am fully supportive of INDWELL coming to our community and the fantastic work they do. They are not perfect, nor would I expect perfection. I don't let best get in the way of better. I don't know where the best location is for INDWELL to start in our community, but I certainly know they are part of the solution. The reality today is we need shelters, we need supportive, transitional, affordable, and I can continue to add adjectives ahead of the county's #1 priority, which is housing. That's something we should all be able to agree on. If I learned anything from my visit to St. Thomas and my time with Mayor Joe Preston, it's that they understand today we need shelters and supportive housing. In the future, those transition to affordable and seniors housing. They can see past the crisis today and the value of investing in the community for the future. What we don't need in this community is more division. We do not need to fight over the location, whether it's north, south, or east, west in our community. What we do need to do is come together as a community and work together towards the #1 priority of affordable and supportive housing and shelter. That process must include adequate public consultation and be aligned to our whole community's best interests. I am not asking you to say yes to INDWELL on George Street today. I'm asking you to continue to invest in our community so one day we can change our shelters to permanent housing, and I can watch Chris and Mo have the stability that permanent housing provides with the necessary support that INDWELL brings. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. We have Lois Nantais and then Jennie Daz.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm going to go on my tiptoes, I think. I'm choosing to speak today because there have been strong voices opposing INDWELL, and I would like to weigh in and be counted as a voice in favor of their proposed plans locally. I think the conversation about building supportive housing and its location needs to shift to one that's very practical about what needs to happen to keep people safe and cared for everybody. INDWELL will bring the best result to the community if it's accountable with a single-minded focus on the community's well-being. As the issue sits in front of this council, as with the Rainbow Park encampment, it becomes inflamed with controversy, and that allows some self-serving political agendas to fester. This is too important to leave to political opportunists. My support for INDWELL comes from 3 main experiences. I've taught on the topic of poverty awareness for years at the post-secondary level. And in that context, I have logged many hours studying actual solutions from different places in the world and discussing the issues with people in class who are from every political and social context that environment has, and that's a lot. Looking at what's possible, I've seen that the actual costs associated with remedial strategies like jail time and emergency services and the shelters far exceed the costs of supportive housing and related services. Secondly, I've also supported the Warm Hearts team as people and as an initiative in town since the time of the reorganizing based on all the controversies with the former organizers. I grew to see how much opposition, misunderstanding, and slander there was associated with the group, and how personal the attacks became against the 2 women who sought to support those at the center of this service crisis in the community. And that's what it is. It's a service crisis. I have been dismayed time and again with how people actively antagonize the effort instead of seizing it as an opportunity to support a potential solution that might help mitigate some of the chaos and actually lower the problems involved at the grassroots level. Realizing the stakes are high for those who have direct experience, I respect emotions, but not what is ultimately self-sabotaging and moving the city forward. Getting stuck in all the rage farming around this issue potentially means not looking at the issue square in the face for what people actually need to succeed. Thirdly, I have spent time volunteering with the group formerly called Nightlight. I've witnessed how effective they are in their efforts through consistency and care. Just showing up for people and guiding them to a better place in life is truly powerful and much more effective than dehumanizing and spitting on people. Much more effective than pushing ideas down before they're even considered for their potential. The people who show up and help directly are the missing piece to the puzzle that often lies unacknowledged in this political context. A structured network of support offered by the community and within Dwell offers the best chance of success. We can take people off the streets, but I think the fear is founded if we also don't provide the help they need in daily supportive living. The chaos will centralize in parts of the city and will continue to weigh on those who live and work in the surrounding areas if there's not enough support and if we continue to rely on government to solve these issues. Clearly, Bob Bailey's absence here today and every day when it comes to the heavy lifting of human support costs. Local social services remain underfunded, the system of help is disorganized, and what actually works is underacknowledged. Current government resources and policing aren't enough, and INDWELL offers a realistic solution if the ball isn't dropped with what's truly necessary surrounding those support services. From my view, the involved politics has only harmed the community by polarizing people. Community organization is proven to work and has worked elsewhere, and there are many who are willing to help and to commit to creating solutions. People die on a regular basis due to drug overdoses. People are suffering and need more than emergency shelters and bigger police stations to change their lives. If there is anyone in this room who has not been touched by loss of a loved one due to drugs or loss of mental health, then you are truly privileged. For the rest of us, the gravity of this issue is personal and complex, and Dwell is as an effort to save lives of our loved ones, deserves a chance to bring people together. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennie Daz, and then Tyler Whetham-Trombley.
Yes, I'm Jennie Daz. Mayor Bradley, council members, and interested guests. I actually hope I can say what I've written down here. I'm here to give you a personal perspective on the work of INDWELL. First, a bit of background information. It's hard to come after that last speaker. Our daughter was experiencing some serious mental health issues when she was working on her master's degree at York University. She knew she needed some help and therefore went to see a counselor at the university. What she thought would be a simple visit led to her being apprehended by police, handcuffed, put in the back of a cruiser, and brought to a hospital and monitored with cameras in the room for the next 72 hours. I won't go into what happened before she decided to move back home. I'll just say that the daughter that came back was not the daughter that left. She had lost all her confidence, had a huge fear of every type of support that was meant to help her, and basically only came out of her room to eat. It was a long, slow process as we watched her rebuild herself into the person she was meant to be. What does this have to do with why I'm here, you may be thinking? Our daughter knew we were planning to sell our house in Mississauga and move to Sarnia. We had already bought the house in Sarnia and were using it as a summer cottage. She had heard about INDWELL from someone also with mental health issues who was living in one of their studio apartments. We explored the possibility with our daughter. Due to our desire to move, which in effect would then leave our daughter homeless, INDWELL accepted her application and she moved into a studio apartment in Hamilton in 2015. There may have been waiting lists back then, but not like the waiting lists of today. We feel our daughter may be one of INDWELL'S greatest unknown success stories. Why do I think that? Our daughter went on to complete her studies, including a PhD and a second master's, and now has, in effect, her first full-time job. To respect her privacy, I will only say that just this job is beyond what we would have ever imagined possible 10 years ago. INDWELL gave her a place to become who she was meant to be. When she was earning enough money, she started paying market rate. INDWELL has not told her it's time to move on. And her daughter does not want to leave. She just feels that she should leave so that someone with a greater need can now have her place. She's now ready to buy a house. She said that if one was for sale right next to where she's currently living, she would buy it. She loves the location and has no problem interacting with all types of people, and that area of town feels like home. We have nothing but positive to say when it comes to INDWELL. They don't just build homes and leave, they build communities within their homes. They're also very good neighbors. It really saddens me to see the signs that say, "No INDWELL, we're already doing our part." What part are you doing? I know there are several supports available within the neighborhood for homeless people. Why would we call that doing our part if what people need is a home, a place where they too might have the courage to become who they're meant to be? It's not an easy road they're traveling on. Who knows what has happened to each person that has led to where they are now? We couldn't protect our grown daughter from all that happened to her. We could give her a temporary place to stay and cook some meals for her and encourage her to take small steps towards recovery and call that doing our part. We could have made her codependent for the rest of her life. Yet, as sick as she was, she also didn't want to be the one holding us back from our dreams. We knew and she knew that forcing her to become independent again was what we needed. And that was only possible if she had a secure, supportive place to call home. We will be forever thankful to INDWELL for having provided that for her. Our daughter is now the one giving back to society, improving the lives of others through her work, and we're extremely proud of the person she's become. There are no easy solutions to a homeless crisis facing so many cities. I see the fact that INDWELL is willing to come out of this way and help us as an incredible opportunity for Sarnia. They know how to do this work well. They will help us get beyond doing our part to improving the lives of those stuck in their current situation. They know how to make government money go far, and where it's not enough, how to get support elsewhere. Let's move beyond doing our part to creating more supportive homes where folks may gradually become better versions of themselves. Being a part of someone's success story may even require less doing. It makes me think of the slogan, "Work smarter, not harder." So I'm all for reducing the roadblocks that are keeping others from doing their part at helping us be a part of someone's success story. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennie.
Mayor Bradley, if I could, please.
Go ahead.
Did Miss Lois Nantais and the last young lady, Mrs. Jennie Das, did they identify their address where they lived?
If you want to go ahead and do that, please. We have asked everyone to do that, so please. Yes, if you want to, or send it to us by email.
1563 Blackwell Road, Sarnia, Ontario.
Okay, Blackwell Road. And Miss Lois Nantais?
Yeah, you can do it from there. Okay, thank you. We've got that for the record. Thank you. I've got Tyler Whetham-Trombley, and I've got Melisa Mitchell.
I'd like to say something, Mayor Bradley. Again, you know what, sir? I think a lot of people will acknowledge that supportive housing in INDWELL may be a very good thing, but it's very easy for people in other neighborhoods to say that this belongs in the George Street neighborhood. You know, like I say, it's very today. Everyone in Sarnia, everyone in the chamber is a George Street resident, as far as I'm concerned, because I would bet you dollars to donuts that if this project was going to be put in their neighborhood, they would be against it. I find it very, very hypocritical that people would come in.
Councillor, we are hearing from the public, and we're letting them speak.
No, you're hearing from people that don't live in the neighborhood, sir, that have a lot to say about putting a project in someone else's neighborhood, and it's very hypocritical, and it's not right. It's not right. They don't have.
Sir, would you like to go ahead, please, and make your presentation?
Thank you. Actually, Councillor Dennis, I do live in the neighborhood, so you're about to hear from somebody.
Then you're welcome to say something, sir. This is for you.
I am going to say something.
Please, Councillor,
my name is
let the man speak.
Tyler Whetham-Trombley. I live on Mackenzie Street, 1 block away from River City, and roughly a block and a half away from the proposed INDWELL site. And I am in favor of INDWELL being there. In my work, I do counseling work with youth, and part of our job is to sort through the noise and get to the root of issues and what's actually going on. I think there's a lot of noise around the INDWELL situation, and the root of the issue is that we need supportive housing in our community. I think the George Street site is exactly where it needs to be. It's close to all of the other resources. It's not a saturation. They're there for a reason. Access to those things are very important. I've heard people say, well, why don't we just put it out in Wyoming or Forest or Petrolia where there's less access? Because I think a lot of times people forget that it's difficult to get places when you have limited resources to do so. Being on a bus line is a very important thing. I don't think there's any real busing or public transportation to and from some of the other areas in the county. So the proposal to put it on George Street is the right one. That is the right spot, and I hope you filter out the noise and listen to the people who actually want to help the people. I know there's a lot of talk about we want supportive housing, but we just don't want it there. I don't understand that. How are we going to put it somewhere where it shouldn't be, and it's not going to be as useful as if we put it close to accessible services? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Melissa Mitchell and then Crystal Heimbecker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, members of Council, and fellow residents. My name is Melissa Mitchell, and I'm a concerned resident of Sarnia's downtown and heritage district. I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed 5-story enhanced supportive housing treatment facility proposed by INDWELL on George Street. Our community is at a tipping point. We've always supported the most vulnerable residents, and our neighborhood is home to vital services like River City Vineyard, a future heart hub, and numerous other support services for those working through and experiencing homelessness, mental health, and addiction. I respect the work that INDWELL is offering for our community, but the situation in our neighborhood specifically has reached a breaking point. The daily reality for us is increased police presence, rising crime, violence, overdoses, trash, and discarded drug paraphernalia. Last week, I picked up discarded needles. On Saturday night, walking the dog, I picked up a knife at the corner of Mariah and Vital Street. I can't do this every single time I walk the dogs. It's simply unsustainable. Placing a project of this nature here would oversaturate an already stressed community that is doing its part to help. A major part of the problem, we believe, is lack of cohesive planning from the county and city on where it comes to locating supportive housing. The proposed facility would house 51 residents, 40 of whom are described as actively using in an area that's already saturated with social services. It's one short block from River City, which houses up to 70 men and women in drug-free accommodations, and it took us a very long time to work with River City to get those supports in place that were drug-free, because the drug problem has been serious there. 2 overdoses in the last 2 years, along with other numerous stabbings, and I've been threatened with death walking my dogs in the morning twice. And when I called 911, the 911 operator said, "Is your husband home? Can he help you?" He is an emergency service responder. No, he was at work. So I had to hang up and say thank you. No one came to help me. I am scared. I don't want to be around this, and there's lots of it in our community already. Making the argument that all of the needed services are easily accessible is fair, but remember, the city and county were very adept at organizing mobility when the need presented at Rainbow Park. This isn't just about the proposed INDWELL facility, it's the entire area. It's sandwiched between 2 other housing places that were fully redeveloped on the former Sarnia General Hospital block, which is 100% residential, including 118 brand new units at the Skyline Complex and 11 new homes on Essex Street. These developments were undertaken with the expectation of a safe and stable living environment, an expectation that will be severely undermined by the proposed facility's proximity. I'm also deeply concerned about the impact on Sarnia's heritage district. Like many others in the community, I work tirelessly to maintain my heritage home. I do this without any help from the city, receiving no tax breaks or grants for the significant costs involved. The addition of a facility like INDWELL, whether people like it or not, no matter how positively it's framed, will undoubtedly impact property values in our neighborhood. And this makes it incredibly difficult for residents like us who continue to do the work of preserving Sarnia's history, and it undermines the very essence of a heritage district. We've already seen what happens when facilities are placed in dense residential areas without proper foresight. The temporary shelter at Central United Church and the current facility at Laura Lee St. Matthews have left us with little trust that our community will be supported. I know I'm labeled as a NIMBY, but I'm not against solutions. What I'm asking is that we do some research into best practices for supportive housing. For example, an hour drive down the 402 in London, a whole of community system response to homelessness is in place, and INDWELL is part of that program. A key part of London's strategy is to locate highly supportive housing facilities near arterial roads and transit routes, which we've heard is so important, but not near elementary schools, splash pads, or residential neighborhoods. Within a 5-minute walking distance, there's Hannah Memorial School and a daycare. With this being said, Sarnia is large enough to find appropriate locations for these facilities. We need a disbursement strategy to fairly distribute housing solutions across the entire city, not concentrate them in one area. This is about finding the right balance and emulating best practices we see in other communities. Our downtown and Heritage District community is a beautiful, vibrant place with an extremely established and strong community of residents, but we no longer feel safe or supported. There's a better way forward, and I look forward to your support as city councillors. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you very much. Crystal Heimbecker and then Nathan Calhoun.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am Crystal, co-director of Warm Hearts. I do live on Minto Street. I was born and raised, I was raised in the South End. My family home is still on the corner of Davis and Stewart Street. So we have been, as they like to say, we have been in the midst of it my entire life. I work with my co-director Tegan on the ground every single day with the unhoused. INDWELL is needed here. We have heard, like with anything, a handful of stories of bad experiences. We need to take them and learn from them and hold staff at the building accountable. As long as we work with them, this could be an amazing ongoing project for Sarnia and our people. INDWELL'S model and system is one that allows the community to be involved in the support and growth of the individuals who live in the supportive housing. Yes, it has been said that county has supportive and affordable housing. Their supportive housing is nowhere near what INDWELL offers. INDWELL's supportive housing works one-on-one with individuals and their needs where they are right now, and they allow them to grow and carry on after they have, if they choose to do treatment. Yes, we have heard the Heart Hub is coming. The Heart Hub is not INDWELL. The Heart Hub is a completely different service. The Heart Hub is an in-between. We do know that the services needed are downtown. It is not INDWELL's fault or the unhoused fault. That is where the city and the county put all of the supports for those who need them. That's just where they are. They didn't put them in the North End from the beginning. So now we have to live with what's there. As for INDWELL is staffed and run by volunteers from the community. That means we have, as a community, the ability to shape the experience that we have with INDWELL, if we choose. Or we can just go around continuing to see them on the streets. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got Nathan Calhoun and then Jason Thompson.
What's up, Sarnia? This is my boy Sol. He's going to take my first minute of 5. We live at 109 Mitten Street South. Give her.
So, I moved to Mitten Street, and I'm just going to say that I met a friend that I met 2 summers ago, and I met him, and his name was Chris, and then he died a year ago.
Where did you meet Chris?
We met him right next to City Council.
Yeah, he was sleeping in a tree, right?
Yep.
And then he became your friend for a year. He was murdered because he didn't have a house. That's what just happened in Sarnia last year. You might remember the murder of Chris. He put together a poster, too, that he wanted to talk to all you people that are opposing housing right now. Okay, thanks, Sol. You can sit down, okay? Thanks, buddy. Before I start, I have a suggestion. Maybe get a small TV and put Bill's face on it and put it down here. This is for council. It is terrible that he is up here lording over us all with his whining and his bitching about everything.
I feel
That's
like
just for you guys. Can someone mute him?
Boss.
And to you, Bill, you don't live in this neighborhood either, so you can fuck off.
All right. Mr. Colquhoun, that is unacceptable in this chamber. You can have your own personal fights. Can I have order, please?
Can I finish and I won't say the F word anymore?
Mayor Bradley, I don't care. I don't have.
Well, just keep on eating up your time there.
Most mornings I wake up in the south end of Sarnia. I see the beauty and the people who wake up here too. The coffee shops, the active schools. My boy goes to Hannah. Whatever's left on the street from the night before, the traffic, the no Indwell signs, the yes Indwell signs. The river keeps rolling west. The valley keeps processing from the south. The lake keeps bringing peace to the north. And living in a city run by people who can't see the future feels like living in a post-apocalyptic reality. Just a few weeks ago, our police chief, who isn't from here, and a high school principal still padding his resume, convinced this council to take the next step in spending millions upon millions of dollars on a new office. Have any of you looked at the data on the connection between police intervention and stable housing? Have any of you? You really should educate yourselves. That's what makes this so-called public consultation so pathetic. If anyone here were unhoused or had been in the past, and there are some, being here today would feel like walking into a room full of people deciding if you deserve to exist. And honestly, how old are you all? Hasn't God or the universe taught you by now to build a city for your children and your children's children? Hasn't life taught you that discomfort is your problem and that you should go to therapy instead of literally blocking houses from being built? Where are the elders who know what legacy means? All I see are old people worried about their lawns, made uncomfortable by the existence of human beings who don't act in ways that they understand. Is there anyone in here under 40 who is opposed to this? That should tell you something. Better yet, when the people most against housing are the ones closest to never needing it again, and that should tell you everything. And seriously, why the bleep are we letting the public decide this at all? The people most invested in stopping this are the ones the least to lose and the most to hoard. If you're the type of person who shows up to influence public policy just to stop something good for this city from happening, may I suggest you take up a hobby? Pickleball's really taking off. Or you could try masturbating a few days in the air-conditioned comfort of your own home. It's recommended by doctors everywhere.
Andrew, would you please terminate the mic? Jason Thompson, please. And Richard Marsh.
Alrighty, let's try to get this back on the rails if we can.
Well, I'll tell you, the meeting will close if it doesn't get back to being focused and respectful.
For sure.
But I also understand individuals. Go ahead, please.
For sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Thompson. I've lived in the South End for about 20 years, currently on Margaret Street, just down the road from the Inn of the Good Shepherd. I'm also here to express my support for INDWELL and to show that while opposition may speak loudly, they do not represent the entire South End. I'm not affiliated with INDWELL, nor am I an expert in health services or social services. I work in post-secondary education. My perspective comes from a lived experience with addiction. I have known homelessness, hopelessness, and the struggle to rebuild, and I know what it takes to come back from that place. I understand the frustration in this room, I do. We all care about safety, our children, our parks, and the character of our neighborhood. My aim is not to argue or fuel more division, but to offer a practical perspective on what supportive housing is, what it can and cannot do, and why placing it near services is based on experience, not and evidence, not just a decision of convenience. So like I said, I hear the anger. Seeing visible addiction and crime is upsetting, and it's frightening, and those feelings are valid. I think it's important that we do hear that. The harms are real. Stolen property, harassment, grief over lost loved ones. But strong feelings can make it easy to blame the nearest target, in this case, supportive housing, instead of looking at the larger systems involved. Being upset about public drug use and crime is not the same as identifying the best solutions. Supportive housing follows a housing-first approach, as we've heard today. It offers a safe, stable home with health and social supports nearby. It does not force people into treatment, because evidence shows that involuntary addiction treatment has mixed results at best, while voluntary engagement with wraparound supports is just proven more successful. It's just how it is. Supporting housing providers do not set criminal justice policy. They're not responsible for the catch and release program. Their role is to stabilize people who would otherwise remain homeless and cycle through emergency rooms, shelters, and jails. You can't force people out of an addiction. It simply doesn't work. If someone isn't ready to quit, that shouldn't mean that they're homeless, making recovery even harder in the future. Stability increases the chances of progress for folks managing their addictions and improving their quality of life. Transitional housing, a totally separate thing, like the Heart Hub, and permanent housing, they serve different needs, and they're both badly needed in this community. So why here in the South End? Housing close to healthcare, addiction support, social services, and transit produces far better outcomes than isolating people far from the help they need. Housing first approaches improve stability and reduce repeated use of emergency systems, while distance leads to isolation, disengagement, and a return to the streets. And realistically, we don't get to choose our neighbors. Anyone could buy property and rent to whomever they want. INDWELL, in contrast, has gone out of their way to involve the community in the discussion. Some say INDWELL should have spoken sooner. Well, from my understanding, their agreement with the county prevented that happening before the public announcement by the county. Given the urgency, winter is coming. I don't fault them for acting quickly. We can't talk in circles while people's lives hang in the balance. Where supportive housing has been implemented, communities have seen lower shelter use, fewer crisis hospital visits, and reduced harmful public behaviors, moving drug use off the streets and behind closed doors with supports available. That's both a humanitarian outcome and a neighborhood benefit. If safety is your concern, I get it, but remember the actual alternatives right now: shelters and the streets. Improvements are still needed, and governments are exploring changes, like allowing supportive housing providers more flexibility under the Residential Tenancies Act to address problems that can come up, such as dealers establishing on site. Until then, providers are working within existing systems. Sure, ask about staffing, security, their operations. Those are all fair questions. But changes to the courts, the corrections system, provincial laws, that's all totally separate and apart from what frontline workers like INDWELL do. My own recovery began when the CMHA helped me get an apartment near the supports I needed: shared services, therapy, addiction support. I also had family who cared, which many don't. For some, the people at INDWELL and the fellow residents will be the only support and family that they have. The biggest turning point for me was having my own place. No more couch surfing, no more scrambling to stay warm, no more constant exposure to the triggers. In that safe space, I was able to think clearly and begin the process of resetting my life. So in closing, we all want a safer, healthier community. Emotional responses matter, but so do facts and lived experience. Supporting housing is not perfect, but it is a practical, evidence-based approach that works alongside detox programs like HEART, transitional housing, policing, and prevention. It gives people a chance to stop living in survival mode so that real, lasting help becomes possible. With compassion, accountability, and clear standards, we have a far better chance of reducing harm for everyone in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Marsh, and then Eric Watt.
Hi, my name's Richard Marsh, and I've lived in Sarnia for nearly 40 years, 30 of those years in the South End. I've lived in Lambton County basically all my life. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to let me express my opinion on supportable and affordable housing. Nearly 40 years ago, I had the opportunity to travel in the U.S. and take a bus tour around a major city. I met a couple there from Switzerland, and they thought the U.S. was great. But they were absolutely shocked by the number of homeless people living underneath the overpasses. They were astounded that the richest country in the world at the time had homeless people. They expressed the country should and could do more for their citizens. That thought has stayed with me for 40 years. Things have changed in 40 years. Government cutbacks, government priorities, community indifference, newer and more potent addictive illicit drugs. I am shocked at the number of citizens in our community that live rough. What about you? U.S. News and World Reports ranks Canada 4th for the quality of life. For those who look south for answers and comparisons, they are ranked 22nd. We are fortunate to live in a G7 country, one of the richest countries in the world. Why should people be homeless? I'm not an expert on this situation, but I believe in creating a better community for all. Homelessness impacts everyone, from the individual, the businesses, to every taxpayer. I do realize there is no easy solution. Homelessness is a complex problem. Building supportive housing on George Street is a good start and one piece of the puzzle to address this issue. People may require supportable or affordable housing for many reasons, due to abusive relationships, poor family situations, addictive issues, mental health issues, physical disabilities, or just job loss. It's just not about people with drug addictions. Shelter beds should be viewed as a very temporary stopgap solution. They do not provide long-term stability for the individual or the community. Affordable and supportive housing, along with other medical support networks, are the long-term solution. It provides the individual and the community with long-term stability. The highest burden on taxpayers is to have vulnerable individuals at Blue Water Health or the police lockup. It ties up valuable resources that can be better used in our community. From the Office of the Auditor General of Ontario report in 2017, it states supportive housing on average costs $613 a month. In comparison, the monthly cost for a shelter bed is $2,100, a correctional bed $4,300, and a hospital bed at $13,500. These are 2017 numbers. Current costs are probably even higher. Studies have shown that supportive housing greatly assists individuals in creating an environment to change their lives. It provides them with a safe place to heal. Without supportive housing, individuals are much more likely to fall back in the previous situation. With supportive housing, individuals are more likely to stabilize their lives, and when people's lives are stable, they have a safe place to stay, then crime usually decreases in the area. INDWELL has a proven positive track record on assisting other individuals like Woodstock and St. Thomas to build the correct response to this issue. The city and the county should move forward and actively work with INDWELL to complete a number of affordable supportive housing projects, including the one on George Street. Provincial and federal money is available now. Do not procrastinate and miss the opportunity for this funding. INDWELL is a recognized expert in this field. Let us use their expertise. INDWELL will not be operating alone. They will be accountable to the Ontario Ministry of Health and the County of Lambton. They are already a community member as part of the Heart Hub, led by Blue Water Health. They are an excellent choice to be our partner in tackling our homelessness issue. The city has an opportunity to address the lack of supportable and affordable housing in our community. It has an opportunity to help those who need our assistance. It has an opportunity to make our community a better place. It has an opportunity to engage the experts. Do not let this opportunity pass us by. We as a community can do better for all our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Watt and then Mike Van Dam.
Hello. Sorry if I talk too fast. I hate public speaking.
Just identify where you live. That seems to be.
Oh, I live in the South End on Indian Road.
Thank you.
I felt like I should speak due to the no INDWELL anti-homelessness rhetoric that has been happening. Pretending that homelessness happens in some kind of vacuum that is unaffected by anything but some kind of personal failing of the person without a home is pathetically naive. It shouldn't be taken seriously as a reasonable position. The meritocracy you have in your head is propaganda you've choked down that makes it seem okay for the rich to exist while the poor suffer. Those rich people must have earned it by being smarter than poor people is childish coping. Our mental health system has been gutted by the Conservative provincial government, and disability in Ontario works have not been increased properly to be helpful. Wages have also stagnated, and you can't have an apartment as a single person on minimum wage and happen to need to eat food. The people that need those cut systems to stay housed and fed don't just disappear, they end up on the street. This is us reaping what was sown by people that voted to make themselves richer rather than be helpful members of society. These people experiencing homelessness are our neighbors that are struggling, having the worst time of their lives, and people, including several counselors, seem to have forgotten that. Drugs are an escape from homelessness when there seems like no hope of anything better. The no INDWELL people don't want the facility near their houses. You will always get complaints. That should not be taken into account. They say they've done their part when the part, by their own admission, is living near a homeless shelter. I wouldn't be doing my part for sick people if I lived next to a doctor's office. The only thing they've done is complain. We all have homeless people in our neighborhoods. You're not special. The supports are downtown, so INDWELL needs to be downtown. Spouting think of the children rhetoric about schools or daycares being close to the INDWELL facility is the same dehumanizing tactic that is used against other marginalized groups, and like those examples, an attempt at othering homeless people minding their own business to justify treating them like a threat by applying outliers to the entire group. People with a house that keeps them warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and a door to lock to keep them safe, should not be any kind of priority over people in the street, especially now that it's so cold in the winter and so ridiculously hot in the summer and just getting worse. If you want the people causing issues that happen to be homeless to not be causing issues, you need to start by giving them a home. Why do you expect people to recover from mental health issues or drug addiction while living on the street? Being homeless creates trauma. Shelters are not housing, and we treated them like they were, and then they overflowed into the street. Everyone deserves a home, even people on drugs. You already have one. Lock your doors and vote in someone who can make the systematic change instead of the conservatives that cut the necessary services, instead of blaming homeless people for the crimes they have to commit to survive. It costs less money to house a homeless person than to keep them on the street. The only reason homelessness is a thing in our society is a threat to make you keep going to work. We should be putting things in place to help those hard-to-house people, because while we were moving stupid fences to kick them out of a park no one actually uses, their actual needs were being ignored. And we should also put more things in place to stop people from becoming homeless in the first place. That 90 million plus and rising that the cops want could help a lot of people be housed and helped. So let's stop building useless Sarnia signs that light up that cost tens of thousands of dollars and listening to people that think their comfort is more important than a person with drug or mental health issues pooping on their lawns when they don't own a bathroom. We are a rich enough society that homelessness shouldn't be a thing. Hurry up and help. It costs less money to house them if that's what you prioritize over empathy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Van Dam and then Kathy Demeester. Van Dam and then Kathy Demeester.
Mayor Mike Bradley, members of Sarnia City Council, and all the citizens and guests
in attendance today. I'd like to thank you all for being here and following and allowing us an opportunity to speak to you in regards to the INDWELL development on George Street. My name is Mike Van Dam. I am a patient of Dr. Farag at Cardio Care, located at 333 George Street. What you don't know about me is that on March 16, 2024, I underwent heart transplant surgery. Well, for a few people in this room, you may know what that's like to undergo an organ transplant. The majority of others don't. And what comes after the organ transplant are the medications we are taking. Pardon me. For myself, it is tacrolimus, and for my Fortic. For this reason, our immune system is now unable to defend us against the many diseases and viruses we come in contact with every day. To give you an example of how susceptible I am, during my grandson's first year, I had to be careful when I held him, as some of his vaccines that are given to infants are live, and if I come in contact with his vomit excrement, I could and would make me very ill. And he is someone I love and very much want to be around. Now, people who are unhoused and or experiencing drug addiction often lack adequate health insurance, access to medical care, or have low healthcare literacy. They are subjected to poor sanitation, overcrowded living conditions, putting them at greater risk for communicable diseases. But that's part of the reason why INDWELL is building supportive housing here in Sarnia and elsewhere. In saying that, it is a good start to maybe correcting the homelessness crisis that we are currently having today. I will commend them for their efforts. My issue is not that they're willing to help the people. My issue is that they're willing to help one group of people while risking another group. For those of us that have transplanted organs or replaced heart valves, infection becomes a primary cause of morbidity and mortality due to the mandatory immune suppressive regimes required to prevent rejection, making recipients highly susceptible to infections including bacterial, viral, fungal, and parasitic. The unhoused and drug-addicted population can have trench fever, an infection caused by body lice biting a human host, thereby allowing the infected feces of the lice to enter the human body and incubate, due to a person scratching at the bite. The trench fever can also lead to endocarditis, an infection of the heart valve, and other cardiac complications in a healthy person, which could kill myself and other transplant recipients who attend the heart clinic due to the immune suppressant medications that we currently have, that we have to take daily. This is one of the many things that can be passed along to myself and others who visit a clinic right beside the proposed supportive housing development. Let's not forget about HIV and AIDS, a virus that weakens a person's immune system. I don't want to think about what it could do to someone with an already weakened immune system. I live in the South End, and I have seen what some of the unhoused and drug-addicted population willfully leaves around: the drug paraphernalia, the feces, the vomit, the garbage. To this day, I will not walk in Rainbow Park just because of the higher risk of what may remain on those grounds following the encampment that was once there. Advised not to walk there. For myself and other patients of Dr. Farag or Dr. Alsadone's clinics, we are more susceptible to catching anything, including airborne illness. These communicable infections seem like nothing to you or to others here, but for persons on immune suppressant drugs, they become a lot more of a concern. The city is not thinking of the community as a whole. The city is not thinking of the health and safety of the surrounding community. When this land was donated by Lambton County, it was donated with a well-established cardiac clinic beside it and a few other well-established specialized doctors nearby. I'm not against the idea of helping people. I don't believe many people here are against helping people that want the help. However, I am against the idea of helping one group of people at the risk or expense of another group. In my view, that's not charity. Now, please reconsider the location of George Street. I never had the choice with my heart. It was a genetic mutation that brought me to this point in my life. But your choice to not have this enhanced supportive housing unit beside a heart clinic could spare someone from an unnecessary illness or even a heart surgery to repair or replace a heart valve, as not everyone in this community has a heart issue or lives with heart disease. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Kathy Demeester and then Michelle Davis.
Good
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, INDWELL staff, fellow neighbors. Most of us here are trying to stop this INDWELL building. I've been in the George Street area for my whole life. My grandparents lived on George Street. Now I'm living in the family home. I've lived here for 15 years. So hard to believe how this once prosperous neighborhood has become what it is today. I remember the hospital, doctor's offices, YMCA, school, churches, and other small businesses. So hard to believe how this area has truly changed. Once a safe neighborhood for children to play and have fun. Since living here with the YCM closing and the vineyard coming in, we have had so much damage, theft, very aggressive people living in the neighborhood. My daughter was 14 when I moved in. She was chased constantly. It was awful. Police were involved many times to the point they were following her to school on the city bus as undercover police. Officers rode the bus. She would get to school and the school would be placed under lockdown as they were trying to catch these individuals, which they never did. I drove home one night and a person jumped on the hood of my car. I couldn't back up fast enough to get rid of the person. I went directly to the police station and asked for a police escort home. Often these individuals would be in my backyard stealing things. It was awful. Many a times I need a police escort just to get in my door at night. Finally, the police told me to buy my daughter, her own car. Then these individuals would not know when she was coming and going. So out we went car shopping. When my daughter was coming home from college late at night, I would always make sure someone else from her home followed her home to make sure she got in the house safely. If nobody was available, she would call me from the driveway. Out I would go, bat in hand, to make sure she could get in safely. I've had many in my backyard stealing, walking along the top high fences, or even sitting on the front porch, sleeping and eating there for the night. My car was completely vandalized, which cost me excessive dollars that I needed to live on and raise my daughter. So many times we would have all the gas stolen from our cars or broken into. More expense. Needless to say, I have not experienced the same family living in which my grandparents once did. Even when my granny lived in the home alone, a homeless person broke into the back room and lived there for a week. They eventually knocked on her kitchen door, and lo and behold, an older person, she answered that door. I know my granny put that person in their place, and she gave him money for a cab and a jacket to wear, and he was gone. Once the vineyard became clean, it helped our neighborhood a little bit, but not enough, as we are still dealing with issues daily. I truly feel it will if we bring 50 people into our neighborhood, it will not be safe. I feel bad for the dozen children that are living within my block. Families will be wanting to move and getting a lot less for their homes because of the neighborhood. One meal a day is not enough for these people to survive. Then the theft and vandalism comes into play even more. Of course, it's very hard to witness people overdosing in our neighborhood. It's not right for children to see bodies lying on the ground. It is all just so sad. These people come out at night, sleep during the day. It is very hard to keep an eye on them in the dark, nor should we have to. We should all feel safe in our homes, and I don't. I understand that INDWELL and the city are trying to help the homeless, but I'm not sure how much more I or my neighbors can take living in the neighborhood. This is my family home, my retirement home. I've redone my home to live here for the rest of my years, but I do not want to be living in fear like I am and having to get home before it gets dark. No one should have to live this way. Please tell me if any of you would like to move into our neighborhood with this INDWELL build on George Street. This area is not close to shopping for these people to get food and items they need. It actually destroys our family neighborhood, hurts any businesses moving in, and of course, we will all be forgotten about. No one will want to expand our neighborhood because they have been able to provide housing for the homeless. I realize that this is what everyone is after, but this is just the wrong place. This is a residential neighborhood, and it should remain that way. Please protect our neighborhood. We have certainly had enough and done our share already with the vineyard. Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you. Michelle Davis and then John DeGroot.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bradley and Council, for allowing us the opportunity to speak today. I've been listening. It's very interesting to hear how wonderful INDWELL is. When Graham, Natasha, Lynette, and Luba, all of INDWELL, will tell you the truth. They have their issues. 80 to 90% drug addicts, sex trafficking, child trafficking, all of it. They will tell you themselves. So, Skits is to become the site for the Heart Hub recovery beds. I look forward to those being open in the fall. I'm sure Paula will speak to that. Do you think it's wise to house those that have worked so very hard on their sobriety in with those who are just not there yet? George Street isn't about NIMBYism, as some of you and the community have stated. There are very valid safety concerns. Supportive housing is needed, and quite possibly at the George Street location, but is enhanced the right fit? INDWELL talks about wraparound services. What exactly are they? How is that? How is it possible that INDWELL is able to magically have them appear in our area? After visiting St. Thomas and London, I emailed with my concerns. Judy from INDWELL did respond to you. She did not, however, respond to me, nor address any of the concerns. INDWELL is currently in Sarnia twice a week. 2 weeks ago, I was able to meet with them. The by names list is roughly 300 strong, with 200 chronically homeless. These are the intended tenants of INDWELL. They have to agree to the occupancy agreement. It's pretty standard, with the exception of the personal goal plan. While the agreement is much better than a tenant agreement, the issue becomes how long? The issue becomes, where am I? Sorry. Becomes how many times the agreements can be tested before being terminated. The occupancy agreement is on a 4-year term. It was last updated in 2023. I personally have seen the agreement. Lambton Public Health will be supplying the harm reduction, and doctors, safe supply if one is on that program. For those that are not, and for some that choose to sell their safe supply, they will need to use the street drugs. Their incomes do not change, therefore the need to steal does not change, putting the community at risk. When Bill 10 becomes effective, will INDWELL adhere to that, or do they plan to apply for an exception? INDWELL did not need the support of the community. What they did need was the grassroots support, and they have that. I don't see INDWELL backing out of the George Street site or any others. Therefore, during our meeting that I had a couple weeks ago, I suggested some safety measures that could be implemented. I asked for a liaison worker that lives in Sarnia that's 24 hours so that the community could contact if any issues arise. I asked for more security for the neighborhood. Although the first thing Graham did say was, how do you know there are tenants? True, except we do know that they tend to stay in packs. Therefore, your tenants will bring the others to the area. He also admitted security doesn't do much. I have asked that a community member be a part of the process, not to stop, but to mitigate concerns. This is actually done in other INDWELL locations. INDWELL would not come to Lambton County without multiple builds. I am aware of the George Street, St. Bart's, 12 units split between 2 buildings in the county stock. That comes from INDWELL themselves. They also state that they are looking at land in Point Edward. Let's get this right before a shovel is even in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John DeGroot and Mr. Tom Strifler.
Good morning or almost afternoon. We're filled with good intentions. We want to improve our city. our record isn't that good. In July of 2023, Lambton County Council declared that affordable and supportive housing is our #1 priority, and that was moved and seconded and approved with full unanimous support from county councillors, including our mayor and our 4 councillors who sit on county council. Housing is our #1 priority. And in 2023, our city council voted to donate the Victoria Street parking lot to Lambton County for the purpose of creating affordable, supportive housing. And then more recently, in September of 2024, the city endorsed the request from the Women's Interval Home for a parcel of land to be identified and donated to the Women's Interval Home for transitional housing. But in October of 2024, City Council reversed its decision to donate the Victoria Street parking lot for affordable housing. And then in March, the Inn of the Good Shepherd came to Council to seek official plan amendment and rezoning to build affordable housing on the site of the Laurel East St. Matthew's Church. That, too, was turned down by City Council. And then just a few months ago, the Women's Interval Home came to the city to seek approval on their request for a small piece of land on East Street adjacent to Germain Park. But that, too, was turned down. Our record isn't good. And now this. The county has a small piece of surplus property and is willing to donate it to INDWELL for the purposes of supportive housing. And once City Council moved and approved and voted to go ahead with the George Street donation, the county immediately invited INDWELL to meet with all the neighbors for a community consultation, which was held at the Lockheil Centre. And there were 4 Lambton County staff in attendance, and I believe there were 8 INDWELL staff in attendance to answer questions about security, programs, architecture, parking, staffing, zoning, timing, and any questions that anyone had. We often hear about the success of INDWELL in St. Thomas and in Woodstock and in Hamilton and London, in Simcoe and in Hamilton. I have a garden centre friend in Simcoe who is a volunteer and a supporter of INDWELL. And in 2016, INDWELL opened Hambledon Hall at the edge of downtown Simcoe, a home with 35 apartments. And then in 2022, INDWELL opened Dogwood Suites with 51 homes in downtown Simcoe, a stone's throw or a few blocks away from Hambledon Hall. Simcoe is now looking forward to a 3rd project, also within those same few blocks. Simcoe Councillor Alan Duthie, whose ward includes both INDWELL properties, praised the charity's incredibly uplifting and inspirational work. And Mayor Amy Martin quoted in the Brantford Expositor, "Council took a big leap of faith when the previous council approved the Dogwood Suites project in the heart of downtown." Simcoe's Mayor Martin has this to say about INDWELL. "INDWELL can be credited with helping us rebuild a downtown urban center. INDWELL can be credited with helping us rebuild a downtown urban center." INDWELL staff are professionals. They have a proven track record. Tenants live in supportive housing where they can pay below market rent and can access health care and social services from trained professionals. In fact, in whatever city INDWELL works, the city wants INDWELL to come back and do more. In whatever city INDWELL works, the city wants INDWELL to do more. St. Thomas and Simcoe are looking forward to their 3rd facilities. London is soon going to open the Big Soho project, which is a collaboration of 6 housing groups, including INDWELL, building just under 700 units on the old Victoria Hospital lands. And of the 700 units, 55 will be affordable and 45 will be at market rent. I connect periodically with CAEH, the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. It's an organization that tracks data on affordable and supportive housing and provides resources and recommendations to the provinces on funding for projects. CAEH conducts surveys on residents and neighbors in supportive housing communities. They report that property values immediately surrounding 10 supportive housing sites in BC kept pace or surpassed municipal trends. Supportive housing improves neighborhoods. And as Graham Cubitt of Flourishes says, often those who initially oppose INDWELL homes in their neighborhood become INDWELL'S best advocates and best volunteers. I urge you, city councillors, and I urge all local citizens to welcome INDWELL in Sarnia with open arms. If I have a minute left, you can cut me off whenever you want.
Actually, John, you're at your 5 minutes now.
Oh, I live at 1575 Blackwell Road. My workplace is 1840 London Road, which is on the Golden Mile. The Golden Mile is home to, at the north end of Blue Otter Motel, there's an encampment. At the south end of Bethel Church, there's an encampment. And what's the Habitat for Humanity is very, very close by. They've had a lot of issues as well, so I do believe anyway, thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. DeGroot. Mr. Tom Strifler, and then Mr. Maurice Trepanier. Strifler, if you'd like to come forward, please. And after Mr. Trepanier. And we've got about 6 or 7 other speakers, and I'd like to complete the list and then adjourn the meeting.
Morning, dear Honorable Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak directly to you as our leaders on this important issue. I'm going to speak very briefly about homelessness, INDWELL, and specifically about your roles as our elected leaders of all of Sarnia. So I'm a long-term Sarnia resident, many years spent in leadership roles in business. I understand the responsibility that you have. It's not a small one. I assume we all agree that homelessness is an issue in Sarnia. We can see it with our own eyes. I certainly hope that you may have had time and interest to view the documentary on Forwarded, Atrocity, which depicts the homeless situation in London, but is much like ours. It tells us that there are individuals, through no fault of their own, that are in situations that are very complex. Every individual has a unique story. Every individual is deserving of some help and hope. I think that's what INDWELL brings to this city. We have many of our needed solutions that I saw earlier this morning in the county plan that was presented. However, I have to say the pace of implementation is way too slow. We still have 300 homeless people on the streets. Let us reach out and look at success stories. We don't have to look far. Let us look at St. Thomas. There is a city that has reached out and looked and embraced homelessness solutions. So they've embraced INDWELL, as we've heard from some of the other speakers. They have absolutely embraced homes for low-income people. They've gone from 800 on their list to 120 in their most recent numbers. That's in 5 years. That's leadership. That's addressing the problem. That's passion. That's what we expect from this group. So, demonstrated results. So what's needed in Sarnia, Lambton? Always starts with leadership. We require City Council and County Council to work hand in hand to address the issue and implement the plan as we saw it and build on it with passion and urgency. As leaders, we know everyone will not agree with our solutions. That's clear today. There's valid concerns. You have to work through those. You have to take a stand. You have to implement what's right for the entire city. We certainly need additional treatment facilities for addiction. The new Heart Hub will help, but we absolutely need sufficient downstream, affordable, supportive housing like INDWELL at a scale that will impact the numbers that we are seeing. Many thanks to the Rotarians, the county, and INDWELL. We've had this opportunity brought to our doorstep by the work they've done, not over the past few months, over the past few years. Let's embrace it. This hearing actually shouldn't be about George Street project, although it's clearly needed. It should be about the next 3 to 4 INDWELL projects for Sarnia Lambton. Where should they go? How should they be implemented? When should they be implemented? How do we make a difference in a timely fashion? Let's catch up to our numbers of people, citizens, neighbors that are in need. We need and we expect passionate and urgent leadership from this group. It has to address the issue that we've seen grow, and it has to address it on a scale that actually works. We also need to be fully transparent with the public. I think the public would embrace a plan that says, here's our solution. It's 4, it's 5, it's 6 INDWELL facilities. They're going to go X, Y, B, C, all these different locations, and it's the solution. We won't have homeless people. The city will embrace that. Will there be concerns? Absolutely. Are they legitimate? Absolutely. Address those concerns. St. Thomas has concerns. They've got issues, but they've been successful. Your role is to address the concerns of implementing a plan that works. Listen to everyone. So I'm really happy for this forum, really happy for this opportunity. I don't live in the South End. I feel I've got a right to speak on this. You represent all of Sarnia. So let's act in the full interest of all of Sarnia, make our futures brighter. Let's say yes to these projects in a way that will make a significant difference. Lead, and Sarnia will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strifler. I have Maurice Trepanier, then Hannah Burdett.
I say good morning, Mayor and Council. This is my first time up here, and I'm not good at public speaking. We live at 183 Bright Street, right across from where INDWELL plans on doing this build. I actually want to thank Lambton County and INDWELL, because this house was supposed to be our retirement package, and like you all know, our house is going to crash. So I just wanted to say thank you to them for doing this to us.
Ms. Hannah Burdett and Dr. Farag, or his rep, if they'd like to come forward. Ms. Burdett? Call again, I'm not seeing. Dr. Farag or his rep coming online. You're representing Ms. Burdett?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead. And just identify yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah, and I'm a 27-year-old resident that lives just over on Cameron Street with my roommate, who's also in her late 30s. And I just wanted to share some of my thoughts on INDWELL'S proposal to build supportive and affordable housing over in George Street. So let me start by saying that I truly respect INDWELL'S mission. I understand they want to provide a safe place for people who need support, and that's important. But good intentions don't always mean good planning. This project is proposed for a quiet residential area, just a few blocks from where I live. The neighborhood filled with young families, seniors, and children. In fact, it's less than 2 blocks away from an elementary school and a daycare. What concerns me and many others in the community is the concentration of services in this small area. Just down the street, we already have River City Vineyard, which currently supports 65 formerly homeless individuals. Not far from that, the old Skitz High School, where I went, is being redeveloped into another supportive facility, plus residential housing and a private school. So we're not saying not in our backyard, we're already doing our part. But asking one neighborhood to carry the load of 3 major support centers, that's a lot. I think I speak for many of us here today to ask that this project be reconsidered for a different location, one that better balances the needs of the whole city without overwhelming a single area. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Farag and Tanya Davis. Or his rep.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kristen. I'm proxy for Dr. Farag, and I'll be speaking on his behalf today. So these are the words that Dr. Farag would like to share with you all. I'm speaking today not just as a physician, but as a member of the community who deeply cares about its future. For 6 months, I sat at a table with Lambton County negotiating for a piece of land here in our city, the George Street property. My colleagues and I, local doctors, had a vision for that land, for services our community urgently needs. We proposed to bring healthcare closer to the people who live here. We engaged with a realtor who stressed the urgent need for office space. So much for protecting bargaining position. Instead, we got banal responses like, "What's your vision for the property?" A doctor's office. Then I learned that the same piece of land, the land we refused, has now been given to INDWELL for supportive housing. This is not a debate whether supportive housing has value. It does. But the question is, why were we told no for a project that would have directly met the needs of healthcare services for this neighborhood, only to see the land handed away for something entirely different? This is about the right use of community land for the community benefit and about transparency in how those decisions are made. When local professionals bring forward a plan to invest the services that the people here desperately need, and that plan is dismissed without a fair and open process, it sends a painful message that our voices don't matter, that our good faith doesn't matter, and that the need of our citizens, your very constituents, can be pushed aside without explanation. This was a missed opportunity. We offered a project that would have strengthened healthcare access, created jobs, and brought stability and care to this part of the city. And it would have addressed real immediate needs. Instead, the door was closed, and no one from our community was invited into the room where the next decision was made. At the end of the day, this is not about a parcel of land, it's about the people who live here. And it's about the senior who can't get to a doctor when they need one. It's about the parent who has to choose between missing work and getting care for their child. It's about the neighbor who wonders why, when help was offered, it was turned away. Land can be measured in square feet, but the impact of our decisions is made in human lives. And we fail to put those lives first. We fail the very purpose of public service. You had the opportunity to say yes to care, yes to community, yes to hope. That chance was taken from us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Tanya Davis, I believe, Andrew online, Miss Davis online, and then Greg Remy, I believe, in person.
Tanya is joining now.
Thank you.
Hello,
Please.
can everybody hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning, councillors and members of Sarnia Lambton's general public. I'm appearing to you via Zoom today to discuss INDWELL'S plan for supportive housing. I currently live on Essex Street and originally moved here from Toronto to live in what I presume to be a family-friendly neighborhood. I have heard that the community response is disappointing and misinformed. I would just like to share my own lived experiences to give some context for our neighborhood's strong reaction. When the new homes were being built on the old hospital property, a woman under the influence attacked one of the contractors while he was on someone's laneway. When my son was 18 months old, I was pushing him in a small buggy when a young woman clearly under the influence ran towards us. I sprinted out of her way and then she turned to run down Mitten thereafter. The following summer, again out with my young son, I viewed illicit sexual activity in the stairwell of the Sarnia Cardiac Care Building. We then had a disheveled cyclist chase down our car when we made eye contact with him on the corner of George and Forsyth. We saw needles repeatedly on the ground on various parts of Mitten. The source of these encounters was obvious. River City was attracting drug addicts and the mentally ill into our neighborhood. Last Halloween, my son was wearing a Winnie the Pooh costume, and we headed up Mitten Street towards Mariah Street. While walking past the front entrance, somebody started to yell at us and repeatedly advised that the costume was scaring people while he followed behind us. I thought, this is it. This is the day we're going to finally be attacked. Once we got far enough onto Mariah Street, he gave up his pursuit. I could not understand why we were experiencing this when River City had gone drug-free. Apparently, they were handing out refreshments to anyone not allowed inside, and they were still attracting people into the vicinity. I believe they have since stopped this as well, and the safety of our neighborhood has increased as a result. Yet we are being asked to accept the same scenario again. We are being subjected to a facility that enables drug use and allows its residents to filter out into the hosting neighborhood. Nobody seems to care that our kids are now even more likely to be confronted by a member of the public with mental health and substance abuse issues. Why are we concentrating these services in an area by 2 schools, a daycare, and the local Kiwanis Community Center that hosts a children's early on program? Our community is not alone in these experiences. The commentary is that River City is a shelter and it's not equipped for this, but across Canada, elected officials are constantly tightening the rules around supportive housing because of ripple effects on citizens. Take Nanaimo, BC, for example. In the 7 years since Newcastle Place opened, property crime in the area has increased 30%, violent crime is up 18%, and residents there have been traumatized by fires, overdoses, encampments, and shootings. By 2021, Nanaimo City Council passed a motion 8-1 directing staff to cap supportive housing buildings at 25 units, explore drug and alcohol-free dry housing models, and encourage transitional recovery-based housing. City Councillor Armstrong had said we hear from many, many people in recovery that they have no place to live and that they'd like to stay sober and clean, but sometimes they can't because they're put into situations where they're not given that opportunity. I also think it would be cheaper in the long run so that you can move people that don't need 24/7 supports into there and then free up for the beds for those that do, end quote. I understand that stopping INDWELL from coming into our community is very unlikely, but if we are going to pursue this avenue, we need to take the easy win. There are people at River City who have been there for a long time because they don't have housing and they want to stay sober. INDWELL'S current initiative does not help these people. It actually harms them because they can now no longer stay away from drugs. I am sure that there are more people around Sarnia in the same position. In summation, I understand that every councillor wants to do the right thing, but we can do this by delivering a better solution than the one currently presented to the community. I ask this of you as a law-abiding citizen, a taxpayer, and a parent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Greg Reny, and then Deb Kroening. Is Mr. Reny here? Not seeing him. Okay, moving on, Deb Kroening, and then Myles Banny.
I live on the north end, just to let you know, but I have a lot of friends who are in the south end. I'm going to change my letter up a bit because a lot of people have actually talked about some situations that I have in my letter. I just want to say that I do believe INDWELL could be a positive thing. However, they need to change and not allow drug addicts to use on their properties. They need to be affordable housing like they say they are. They're enabling drug addicts and they're not helping them. In order to help drug addicts, I strongly believe it'd be awesome if Mr. DeGroot could donate land out on the Golden Mile to build a rehab center. Thank you. A rehab center will help these drug addicts. A place for them to actively use drugs will not help these people in any way, shape, or form. Where do they get their money to buy the drugs from? When they go out of their nice little apartments, they're coming to my house and their houses and stealing the stuff that they've worked their butts off for to get their drug money. And that's unacceptable to every taxpayer in this city. We need some place that's affordable housing for seniors who are living off of $25,000 a year. I do income taxes, and I am appalled at the people in this city that have to live off of $25,000 to $28,000 a year. They can't afford to buy themselves bras and underwear. They can barely afford to have the food. And yet we are going to cater to these drug addicts. And that is totally unacceptable. That is my 5 minutes.
Thank you. Myles Banny and then Kaley Sorensen. Mr. Banny and then Kaley Sorensen.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input for consideration to the INDWELL Supportive Housing Project. I, by the way, live in the Mitten Village, 4 to 5 blocks away from the proposed project. So I know very well what having homeless people in the neighborhood could impact yourself and your family, and particularly care about my 10-year-old. We often have conversations about the folks that we see in our neighborhood in the streets, and we have to talk about needles and that sort of thing. But it's an approach to inform and educate rather than try to hide behind the realities of life. This project is a real chance to make an impact on homelessness and provide supportive housing to reduce the number of folks living on the street with a solid, measured, and evidenced opportunity for success that INDWELL operates under. For 25 years, governments have neglected those with mental illness and addiction. Our healthcare system has created this addiction plight by negligence and overprescription of miracle drugs such as OxyContin and fentanyl that now plague our communities. These policies, these healthcare policies, have brought addiction to these folks. Those with workplace injuries or car accidents or mental illness were pushed into addictions. There's no choice. Forcing those with mental illness and addictions to minimal benefits, then allowing rents to rise unchecked, forced many folks into homelessness. And the lack of meaningful supports for addictions and mental health, withdrawal management and treatment, and ongoing supports have left many to wallow in this harmful lifestyle on the streets. There are a number of steps in the continuum of housing that are needed for a community to be successful in caring for its people. The key step in caring for and changing the plight of these most vulnerable and neglected is supportive housing. Permanent housing that supports those that have journeyed through withdrawal management and treatment. So often folks go through treatment and come out with a renewed sense of life, only to lapse as they return to the same environment and lifestyle. It makes it a vicious cycle for somebody to actually free themselves from addictions. INDWELL'S supportive housing provides key opportunity that is lacking in Sarnia, the ability to stabilize and be successful with the program without having to return to that environment that causes harm and relapse. We hear a lot about the worry of increased crime with this facility. Increased crime has been in our community precisely because of the lack of supports and programs such as this. INDWELL has had success in showing neighborhood crime dropping in neighborhoods and communities where they are located because they are dealing with the root cause rather than just applying Band-Aids. This supportive housing project will also lead to the reduction of shelter beds as folks go through treatment and into supportive permanent housing. As a community, we've been asking for addictions treatment and supports here in Sarnia for over 20 years. It's finally coming. We see a light at the end of the tunnel. We can't lose this opportunity and prolong the suffering from everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manny. Kaley Sorensen, and then Michael Koo by pre-recorded tape, and then we've got just a few more presentations.
Hello. I decided to take the opportunity to speak today as a homeowner of my age living on Penrose Street. My husband, other neighbors that are my age, were not able to be here today because of the time and the date, but I wanted to take the opportunity to speak. I do have a lawn sign, and I do my part. I have been doing park checks for over a decade, physically wiping, physically digging, physically taking care of the children in my neighborhood. I resent that we're not doing our part. I've seen my husband and those that I love through sobriety, and I know firsthand that they did not get sober around the same people that they used with. So to have a separation, a physical separation, I think is important for them to get help. Addressing homelessness in our community is necessary, and we appreciate the effort. You are also sensitive to the rise in international student enrollment at Lambton College, as well as the changing demographic in our city. As such, you invested thousands into Sarnia Transit, and the dividends are starting to pay off. You added bus shelters, built a new terminal, added a new route, and upgraded equipment. Ridership is on the rise, and fares have remained steady. Monthly passes are sold at several locations throughout the city. Reduced cost passes are also available for seniors and low-income individuals. I don't drive myself, I use transit. I mention this valuable resource as it has been completely overlooked in the Flourish INDWELL site selection process. Indeed, when one looks at the material generated by INDWELL or listens to a representative from INDWELL, the phrase "close to services" appears time and time again. It appears with such repetition and frequency that it resembles a mantra. While it can be debated just exactly what types of services the prospective tenants will require, as well as the frequency of use of those services, the fact of the matter remains that the George Street property is not a perfect fit. Perhaps the most utilized service, a grocery store, is 2.4 kilometers away. Difficult for myself to get to. This will prove difficult for anyone with any type of mobility issues. Another facility is Service Ontario, located where all of Sarnia's population has access to this government office, whether by foot, bus, car, or bicycle. When addressing council on July 21st, Mr. Trepanier, who runs Grace Cafe, reinforced that George Street would be a good location as the residents would need and want access to their substances. If this is a required service, do you really think it wise to bring more substances, open use, and transactions into a residential community, one that already includes a supportive housing facility, namely River City Vineyard, that has been a complete turnaround since going drug-free? Which brings to the very nature of this meeting. Is this simply a way for council to justify their decision to say we had public input? Sure, we had public input after council rezoned the property, after they held a secret meeting to give away the land to INDWELL free of charge. Is the purpose of this meeting an after-the-fact attempt to validate a decision that has already been made? Or is this meeting a genuine attempt to meet the needs of all of your constituents, to arrive at a fair and balanced solution to a very real problem? If a fair and balanced solution is what you seek, then council has a duty to use every tool in their toolbox. And a big one is the state-of-the-art transit system that our city carefully built. This tool fulfills INDWELL'S need to be near services. It also opens up a range of other possible locations. 700 North Christina Street, home to Service Ontario and the Research Park, just to name a couple. But I'm not a city planner. However, if this council wants to control its destiny and plans for Sarnia itself, it is time to consider alternatives. By the way, did you really turn down 3 brand new doctors to go in at 333 George Street? Because that would have been fantastic.
Clarification, Your Worship. Clarification. Some of the things that I'm talking about here, Ms. Sorensen was saying that City Council had done all these things. In reality, Ms. Sorensen, County Council did these things, and now we're trying to bring an open session to our citizens so that we can do something. So just that clarification.
Thank you. Andrew, can you play Mr. Coy's video, and then we'll have Kelly, Connor, Beausoleil, and then we'll head to the close.
Hello, my name is Michael John Coy, and I'm speaking in favor of the contemplated development on George Street. I wish to make 3 points. The first one relates to INDWELL, a highly reputable organization. Specifically, I want to talk about what their accountability metrics are. They are accountable, first of all, to the CRA for their charitable status. This involves reports that are annual to the CRA, and these are public. Secondly, they are responsible to their funders. These include the Ontario Ministry of Health and the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, which holds mortgages. And then thirdly, they are responsible for reporting locally to the service provider. In our case, that would be the County of Lambton. And their activities are governed by a very extensive service agreement, which is a legal agreement, many pages long, which includes key performance indicators. My second point is that the contemplated project on George Street aligns 100% with the recent policy announcement made by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, which represents 440 municipalities across the province. The new policy calls on government to redirect resources away from temporary measures like shelters and toward new permanent houses. Let me quote from the paper. Address systemic causes by focusing on prevention, supportive housing, and sustainable exits from homelessness. Shift resources from crisis management to long-term stability. The contemplated project on George Street does all of these things. My third point is that the contemplated project on George Street aligns 100% with the principles and practicalities of zoning in this province and in this municipality. Zoning is governed by the Ontario Human Rights Code, which was first written in 1962, and states that every person has a right to equal treatment with respect to the occupancy of accommodation without discrimination because of race, ancestry, etc., family status, disability, or the receipt of public assistance. In other words, poverty. In practice, this means that two principles apply. One is that we cannot choose our neighbors, and the other is that municipalities zone for activities and not for people. They zone for hospitals, residential areas, schools, etc., but they do not zone for the people who carry out those activities or who live in that housing area. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities, which represents over 2,000 municipalities in our country, has published a guide which helps communities think through these issues. The guide lists 7 common objections to new affordable and supportive housing. Let's look at 3 of them. One is that our property values will go down. They write, this is perhaps the most commonly expressed objection. The issue has been studied in Canada and the United States across a variety of neighborhoods and development proposals. 25 studies of affordable housing, including some supportive housing, concluded that there was no impact on property values. Another objection is the following. The new residents won't fit into our neighborhood. The Federation writes, no one has to ask permission to live in a neighborhood. Legislation from planning acts to human rights codes prevents people zoning. And a third one, our neighborhood already has its fair share of affordable housing. The Federation writes, it is against the law to discriminate against people because of their ethnicity, religion, skin color, or physical mental abilities, or just because they are poor. Can I read that again? Our neighborhood already has its fair share of affordable housing. The Federation writes, it is against the law to discriminate against people because of their ethnicity, religion, skin color, or physical mental abilities, or just because they are poor. In February of 2024, in line with best practice, the City of Sarnia, indeed this very council, approved the Sarnia Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan. This was based on extensive community consultation, and if I may quote from that community improvement plan, accessible housing targeting singles, homeless, and persons who require mental health and addiction support was identified as the highest need, and there was a lack of program support in the community to manage higher acuity individuals and families. So what is the Community Improvement Plan? Let me quote from the city's own document. The City of Sarnia Affordable Rental Housing Community Improvement Plan outlines the city's commitment to supporting the creation of new affordable rental housing in the city. In short, we have a project that is desperately needed by this community. We have a nonprofit that is accountable, standing by, and we have a project that is on the right side of all the zoning laws and principles in this country, in this province, and in this municipality. And I call upon council to give it its unqualified support. Thank you.
And now Kelly O'Connor Beausoleil, and then Beausoleil and Elizabeth Cochran.
Wonder where Mr. Cooey lives. It isn't in my neighborhood. Kelly O'Connor Beausoleil, Essex Street. It's blatantly obvious that INDWELL and its supporters have tried to hijack this meeting to convince you of how wonderful they are. We aren't here to debate the merits of INDWELL. However, in all these glowing endorsements, 3 patterns emerge. 1, they never tell you what kind or level of supportive housing anybody is talking about. Secondly, most people who spoke or wrote submissions don't live in our neighborhood. Lastly, they provide no credible reason why this facility should be located in our neighborhood, which was the whole purpose of this meeting. I'm going to tell you why enhanced supportive housing doesn't belong in our neighborhood. My argument is simple. We already have a facility that provides long-term housing for 70 individuals who were formerly homeless, and it's not an emergency shelter. It's called the River City Vineyard Sanctuary. It's drug-free at the moment, but the leadership can change its mind at any time. No one has control over this facility. Things have calmed down in our neighborhood, but this facility still attracts homeless individuals with acute issues who don't live here. As a result, our neighborhood is still plagued with some vandalism, theft, open drug use, and property damage. But in my opinion, we're in the process of recovery. Adding 50 more formerly homeless individuals in yet another supportive housing facility, especially one that is INDWELL'S enhanced level, that is not drug-free, significantly increases the threat to the safety and security of our neighborhood. When William Cubitt, who is CEO of Flourish, INDWELL'S developer, tried to console an angry crowd at a public meeting for the Clarkson build in Mississauga, he said the following, and I quote, "We're not talking about putting in an enhanced program here where they have like very active drug use, where we have very active issues with street homelessness, etc. We're not talking about putting that kind of building here." Well, that's exactly what is potentially being forced on us, an enhanced facility. INDWELL cannot stop the residual effects of active drug use from spilling out into the neighborhood. It's not logical to think they could. The City of London does not have INDWELL'S version of enhanced supportive housing. They have a variation of it called a hub. This form of highly specialized supportive housing is not allowed to be near schools, parks, daycares, or splash pads. They are also not allowed to be within a neighborhood. The only thing we don't have in our neighborhood is a splash pad. Why should the children in our neighborhood be potentially at risk? Why is it okay to saturate our neighborhood with variations of supportive housing when there are lots of areas in this city that do less, and even more areas that do nothing to address this problem in our community? This is a county citywide problem that demands solutions. City and council staff should sit down with INDWELL and come up with appropriate land options to present to both councils. Sites that work for the vulnerable that need our help, and sites where that help will be safely placed. To be clear, I'm not against affordable housing. I'm not against supportive housing. I'm not against human beings who are in the throes of addiction, are in crisis, who have mental health challenges, or who have acted in ways that have brought them into conflict with the law. But I do not believe that sacrificing our neighborhood on the altar of urgency and convenience is a just and reasonable solution to address the homeless crisis in our city. How can we be accused of people zoning when we are one of the rare neighborhoods in this city that actually has supportive housing? And yes, we are doing our part. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Elizabeth Cochran, Leonard Siegel, and 2 more presentations.
My name is Elizabeth Cochran, and I'm going to put this down, put my notes down. I'm new to Sarnia. I've been here 8 years. I'm originally from the GTA. I worked in social services for my career as a frontline child and youth worker with residential youth and with school-aged children. I worked in community outreach. I worked in areas such as Jane and Finch, Bathurst and Lawrence, Rexdale, the Jungle, areas that really don't mean a lot to people that live here. I know what it's like for services to saturate an area. I've seen metro housing. I have worked in social services. Social housing is the right term now. And it can be all-absorbing. It can take away the identity of a community, the identity of the individuals who have helped build that community. I am not here trying to lecture anyone on what they should be doing in the sense of our opioid crisis, our homelessness, our mental health issues that we are experiencing here within Sarnia, within our country. I am hopeful that council, county can make good, concrete decisions that are sustainable, also accredited, not just hearsay, that there is a strong accreditation given from outside resources, maybe even outside of country. I worked in such a system. I am hopeful that everybody here today takes on some of what has been said, not just by the experts, not just by INDWELL, not just by the community, but by as a whole. How do we create a better way of dealing with what we are all dealing with respect to the people that helped develop and create and make Sarnia? One of the reasons that I've always felt so warm and welcomed here is because Sarnia has a heart. People with good intentions. People that want to help and support. I am only hopeful that we can all, and I mean all, make a good, solid decision. I want to thank Bill Dennis, I don't know where you are, Bill, for first bringing this to Lambton County's attention, allowing us to gain some attention. I also want to thank George for providing us a voice here today. I also want to thank Anne-Marie. You were very helpful in acknowledging George Street is a community that is trying to rebuild. Don't take us down. Thank you.
Leonard Siegel and Andrea Appledoon, and then Savannah Serva-Spick, and then we'll conclude the meeting.
My name is Leonard Siegel. I live on Winchester Crescent, but I'm here as president of a Havis Isaac Synagogue. The synagogue is in the neighborhood of the future INDWELL supportive housing project, 3 blocks over on Cobden Street at the corner of Mackenzie. We see the problems of the homeless when individually or in groups they use our below-grade exit stairwell as a restroom, a place to do drugs, and a space to hang out. Supportive housing is the only possible way out of this situation for most people who are homeless. They need supportive housing to break free from their situation. Shelters are important, but they are not homes. People must leave shelters during the day, and they cannot keep any significant possessions there. Affordable housing is important, but for many people who are homeless, treatment for health issues, drug addiction, and psychological problems is crucial to transitioning to living independently. INDWELL supportive housing projects provide affordable housing coupled with wraparound support services, a place to live combined with treatment to recover from drug addiction and psychological and practical counseling to help people who find themselves homeless to rebuild their lives. The problems of people who are homeless are evident in our neighborhood. Our organization, Ahava's Isaac Synagogue, is supportive of the INDWELL project to help people who are homeless rebuild their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call upon the Lambton Heart Hub group to come forward, please. And then finally end the meeting with one last delegation.
Good morning, Mayor Bradley, members of City Council, and fellow Sarnians. My name is Andrea Appledorn. I'm the Director of Communications at Canadian Mental Health Association, the Lambton Kent branch. And with me today is Tim Heath. He is the project manager for the soon-to-open Heart Hub, and he's also the clinical manager of the Youth Wellness Ontario Hub located in downtown Sarnia. So we are here today on behalf of CMHA Lambton Kent, and CMHA is the lead organization for the future Lambton Homelessness and Addiction Recovery Treatment, or Heart Hub. So that includes the following primary partners. Many of them are here today or have spoken or will be speaking, and they include the North Lambton Community Health Centre, Blue Water Health, the County of Lambton, and the Sarnia Lambton Ontario Health Team. With our partners, we urge you to support INDWELL'S proposed supportive housing project on George Street and in other future locations throughout the city of Sarnia and the county of Lambton. Our community is at a turning point. With our partners, we have secured funding and are preparing to launch the Heart Hub, a coordinated services hub for individuals facing the most complex challenges of homelessness, mental health, and addiction. The Heart Hub has 3 primary components: the centralized Heart Hub location for drop-in and coordination of services, with an intended location at the current CMHA office at 210 Lockheil Street, with services throughout the city and county through the Mobile Care Community Health Outreach Team. At the Heart Hub, we will connect people with a full range of services delivered by multiple organizations, inclusive of day programs, employment supports, primary care, mental health supports, and addiction treatment. Transitional recovery beds will also be available for clients not at this same site who will require longer-term treatment to address their addictions concerns. Those beds are not permanent housing, as the expected maximum length of stay will be about 18 months. Additionally, the Heart Hub will have access to a small number of supported, supplemented housing units. To realize the full benefits and successful implementation of our community's Heart Hub investment, we need more supportive housing options throughout our entire community. And this is where INDWELL comes in. So with that, I will pass it along to Tim Heath, as he is a clinician and works frontline in our community.
Well, this INDWELL project is separate from the Heart Hub. Its success is directly tied to ours. The individuals we serve are extremely vulnerable. They are people who have experienced profound trauma and for whom recovery is nearly impossible without safe, stable place to live. Supportive housing is not just about a roof over someone's head. It's about building a foundation for recovery. INDWELL'S model provides permanent, affordable housing with integrated on-site support services. This project is an essential missing piece that will allow our community efforts to truly succeed. The decision to support the INDWELL Supportive Housing Initiative is also financially prudent. The cost of managing chronic homelessness through emergency rooms, hospitals, policing, shelters far outweigh the investment of supportive housing. Each of our organizations have experienced this in different programs and in different services that we deliver. INDWELL'S model has been proven to reduce these costs while saving lives and building strong communities. By supporting INDWELL, you are investing in one of the most critical solutions to our community's homelessness and addiction crisis. You'll be giving people a place to live, heal, and a chance to get back on their feet with the support in place to build their foundations for recovery. The INDWELL model provides a vital piece to strengthen the entire system. Without safe, stable, and supportive housing, individuals leaving treatment programs or seeking to stabilize their lives have limited options, often leading them to cycle back and relapse and repeat homelessness again and again. INDWELL's Supportive Housing Initiative is a crucial investment in a more recent INDWELL'S supportive housing initiative is a crucial investment in a more resilient, compassionate, and healthier Sarnia Lambton for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is Savannah Servik.
Good morning. I am not from the neighborhood, but it doesn't stop me from caring about what's happening in our community. I'm here to express my support for this initiative, though. It seems everyone came together, including council, 2 years ago with agreement that reducing homelessness and its effect on those individuals and our whole community was a top priority. Yet the situation only seems to be getting worse, not better. And what are the alternatives? What will be different if another location is presented to council and this one, for some reason, does get shot down? Concrete goals and plans were made, but how do we move forward to meet them? My hope is that your leadership, working together with all the groups that have spoken today, will address specific concerns, and especially with the learning from other communities that have done this. We're not going to be the leaders. We're not going to be the ones opening the doors and doing this for the first time. We can learn from those experiences. The positives were talked about. The negatives, let's address them. And finally move forward with something that will work for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone that presented. This is not a planning hearing. If there are applications, the full planning process, depending on the nature of the application, will unfold on any of these sites. And with that, I close the meeting and thank everyone for attending.